hello, hello, hello out there, internet land. How's everybody's Wednesday doing? Actually, this week has been pretty good to me because last weekend, holy hell, I came down with the flu hard. Real flash in the pan. It was a couple days, but God, it basically crippled me for 2 days. I basically slept for those 2 days and I didn't eat a single damn thing and just awake long enough to feed Midas and let him out. But holy dooly. About Sunday, the fog finally cleared up, and by Sunday afternoon, I was back to 100%. But wow. And today, I mean, going through that, like Monday and Tuesday and today, this week at work, granted, we've been a little slow lately, so it's been kind of nice, but I've really gone into it 100% because I feel like $1,000,000 since then. Maybe it's all the sleep I got, but by comparison, man. But anyway, yeah, I've been kind of productive in some of that downtime. When I was starting to feel a little bit better, but not well enough to actually do anything, I was able to, since I had the time, I was able to do a little facelift for the stream. I wanted to stick with the Altered Beast theme just because it kind of it's only not only my OG theme still, but like it kind of touches upon my personality a lot. Like a lot of 8-bit games, well, not 8-bit, but retro games, better term for it. I'm all about them, and I play them a lot here. I love Greek, Roman, maybe a little bit of Norse mythology, but mythology in general, I'm big, buff on. I love it all. And yeah, werewolves. So anyway, werewolves and beefcakes. No, I don't know. But anyway, I don't know. It's one of the first Sega games I ever played, and I enjoyed it a lot. Played it a lot as a kid, so I feel like it's necessary to keep that rolling for a while longer. But like I said, I was able to touch it up and make it look a little, less make eyes bleed because I had to make things so huge, like the backgrounds and stuff. But I thought it came out pretty nice, and I for decided too that what the heck, let's have a little fun with it. Let's make a winter theme out of it, and I'll roll with that till it warms up, and then I'll make a spring theme out of the sea. I kind of figure it'd be kind of cool and, mix things up a little bit, by some small regard. Some passing of time as we stream through all these games and stuff, but yeah, so I made a few new, the BRB screen and all that stuff too. I, made some effort to jazz those up and make them a little bit more new, fresh. I don't know. But anyway, some exciting news too. Tomorrow, or no, not tomorrow, excuse me, Friday, my new game controller should be here. So that'd be awesome to maybe play with that and see how it works. And more exciting for me anyway, I decided to treat myself with my work bonus this year, and I got myself a drawing tablet. I, for those who don't know, I went to college for graphic design and animation and completed that degree back in 2012. But I really, frankly, haven't done a damn thing with it. The stream is probably the most professional work that I've done with it since. So, I've applied to different jobs around town when they come, but there's like one graphic design job every 5 years that pops up. But and you bet those get ate up. But whatever, we're here. I'm having fun doing here. But I wanted to pick drawing back up. That's been a part of me I've neglected for so long, and I feel like I got to get back into. So, but anyways, we're gonna play the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe tonight. I do not know anything about this game. I watched the trailers on Steam, and I kept hearing about it over the months and stuff. I know it came out a little while ago. Um, what's up? Oh, Dragon Drawers. Hey, that wasn't me. That was somebody else. But welcome in, Am. Yeah, I know this game's been around for a while, but for better or for worse, better in my opinion, but I've been able to avoid any real spoilers about it. So I don't know what I'm getting into, but I've heard this game is really clever and funny and, kind of one of those things that sounds like it breaks the meta or the fourth wall a lot. And y'all know how much nausea made my pants tingle and, to a lesser extent, like Five Nights at Freddy's and Doki Doki Literature Club. Holy crap, that was a good one. I wish I could have streamed that for you guys the first time around. I realized what was going on, but granted, there's probably like 100 hours of that, just the dull part before it gets interesting. So maybe we're better not. but I'm still lurking on Guild Night. All right, I appreciate it, AM. I'll ask for my mods tonight, and when Bractimus rolls in, and do your thing. When you're ready, you're ready. That's cool. If you see anybody, I do have open chat on for everybody. So, I had followers only for the longest time, but the anticipation told me after a while. When he brings in a raid, nobody can say anything except the people who already follow me. So I decided, we've had a good run with the followers only mode. I decided, since I'm more comfortable with this, let's take a little risk and open up chat for everybody. So long as it doesn't get abused, it'll stay that way. But yeah, later on, when you're chilling out here, AM, and Bractimus, if you're out there, or I'll repeat it later. But that being said, if anybody comes in as kind of a butt and trying to spoil things, feel free to bring down the hammer on them. So if catch I think you can delete the message too, but I think I still enable it. So just a little heads up would be awesome if you can. If you can't, no biggie. It's not gonna be the end of the world. So, but I now that I kind of have a better idea what this is about, let's get into it. All right, let me hit play. We'll go to the main screen. But yeah, like I was just saying, because I was sick, I had some extra time when I was feeling a little bit better and jazz things up around here a little bit. I'm excited to show you guys the outro screen because I completely revamped that, so it looks a lot better. I enjoyed the spirit of what I had because it was from Altered Beast at the credits. It's all the characters revealing that, the monsters and stuff were just, people wearing suits, and oh, hey, she's not even a blonde, she's a redhead, like she's taking the wig off. They're all holding up beer in celebration, but I'll admit, I wish I could have found a higher res version of that a long time ago because it did kind of make the eyes bleed when it got blown up so big. But hey, I got something a lot better up now. You're all gonna love it. So, hammer down. Oh, there's a sound clip that'd be great for when a band happens. Ooh, AM, if you want to throw that in the Discord at some point to remind me, I will gladly put that on the soundboard. Yeah, that's great. I'll do it. I'll do it. All right. So let's get started. Without further ado here, maybe I'll light this candle. Hold on. This will be the further ado. Mood. Gotta set the mood. Plus, this candle smells like frickin' waffles and syrup, so we're gonna go ahead and torture myself with the delicious food smells all night. I like lighting candles in the wintertime. It makes it feel cozier. You gotta do what you gotta do for freaking happiness when you slog through the damn gray of January, February, March. Oh, okay, thanks, Sam. Yeah, I'll totally find a good clip of that and add that later. Or even maybe I'll add two. I could do a hammer time too, like MC Hammer. That'd be pretty fun. Alright, so we're gonna do English subtitles for me and all you out there. Have I played the Stanley Parable before? No, I have not. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stick here. I'm not wanting to squint. I'm cool with that. I might randomly have some Overwatch sound clips. I'll double check. All right. Please enter. Ooh, the current time. You mean you can't read it from the computer? Gosh. All right. And they call me Mellow Yellow. It is 6:16. We will confirm. Cool. All right, I'm excited. I don't know what to expect, so field of view, fucking max that shit. Sensitivity is cool. Invert Y, not with the mouse. I hope I don't have to use a controller, but Joe subtitles, cool. Audio. We'll go music down just a hair so we can hear the voices better. Alright. Longsy, welcome in. And the thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Oh, yeah. This is a song and I can't sing, so I better not. Mother love goes cold on a sleepless night and the storm blows on. Aw. Welcome in, Longsy. We're just getting started, so great timing. Good to see ya. As you can see, I'm just tweaking some stuff before we get in there. Tweaking, Alright, We got this monster resolution. That's cool. Alright, as I say, if there's a very high, we're going that road. But okay, and controls. Oh no, we go forward, backward. I hope this isn't using it. Hold on. Up, down, left, right. Jump to be there. I think we're gonna confuse it. Crap, I might have to go old school with this. That's alright though. Additional cool crouch with that. Auto what? Alright, I hope that's. I just want up, down, left, right. Alright. If not, that's fine. I'll just switch back the old school way, WSAD and everything. Alright. Double check, make sure those stuck. Sure did. The game. Alright, here we go. Let's go. Gotta hit 4K res.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Cool.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
I already
Although
feel the
others
monotony.
might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor
For an hour?
video. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked,
It was Sunday.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I refuse to play this game. It's too far on the nose. I feel it too, Logsy. Alright, cool. It didn't confuse it. No, I was just like, I feel the monotony already. Like, ooh, yeah. I don't sit at a desk, but I do the same damn thing every day. I call it, like the Groundhog Day, the Bill Murray effect. Alright, anyway, God, Stanley's tall. Holy crap. Alright, so let's test the extent of interaction. Tap, tap, tap. Alright, so that out. Anybody here? Knock, knock.
All of his
moves.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll do one quick thing. Go down on the sensitivity a little. That's a little better.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No zoom. Where's my scope? Okay. Now, I don't know if I need to be super thorough or if this is just kind of... I know there's no... The objective is just to, like, kind of advance through the story from my understanding. Not like a FPS or anything crazy like that, but... We'll see. That's part of the fun of finding out, right? God, I feel like a rat already in a maze. Yeah, you're gonna have to look around. 360 no scope.
When
Boom,
Stanley came to a
headshot.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, I see what this is. Now, do I follow the narrative or do I be a little rebel? Um, let's start off easy and then get increasingly rebellious. What if? Oh, okay. Let's say, what if we did both? Look at that high res leaf photo. Oh, wait. Nobody. Ah, it blinds us.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
But first, we're gonna peek at the whiteboard. Rush for funding, R&D, a new coffee machine, standalone graphs, 40 wide, not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Chris, get out of the closet. Synergize papers. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire the paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep to the targets on the topic of smudge. Future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Right next day's agenda. Refleet. Alright, and some numbers which probably are significant somewhere down the line, maybe. I don't know. Question mark. It's kind of like a recommended path in a create your own story book. That's the game. The game ending changes depending on things. Okay. Yeah. No, that's cool. That's what the description of the game said was a unique narrative of choice and freedom. So I'm like, that's intrigues me. Like I said earlier, like I love stuff that kind of, fucks with the fourth wall or the meta or kind of self-realizes. Like, I don't know. It's just cool and things evolve that way. We need, I think it's stupid. Death sport portion of the primary. What does this place even do? More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers, put in teenage demographic. Pignet, some sort of child trap. Wow, space between the teenagers. Throw something in the idea bin. No more bins, cans. Oh boy. Using slides to ensure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic editor, so throw bevel on all the text. Sure, calm environment. Everyone is unique. Nice. Money, money, money. What do the people want? Stock market. Da, 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 da. Profit, profit, profits. Profits. Really get in on this facts? Oh, that's all smudgy. I know I'm missing out. Rate a chart. Just picks the same slide, the same information. Yeah, charts number cheap. Oh god, love it. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. Boss appreciation minute. Oh, the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Oh yeah, get out of here. Global market parade, monetize free. Yeah, monetize free to play. We all know somebody that did that recently, and it's kind of freaking bogus. Juiced lubes here. Mitosis, less air, comatose. Jeez. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work at all the time, every day. No expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Okay, this is getting real. How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Resent coworkers are not supporting anymore. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive aggressively. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna have to I feel targeted now. This is just an office setting is all. Oh my god. Shun the pun. Oh, it's a roundish desk. Is that the Stanley Parabola? I almost named the title of the stream. I didn't think anybody would get it though. I almost named it the Stanley Parable. I love Tool. Like Parabola. But yeah, monetize free to play. You don't happen to mean Wizards of the Coast. That too. That too, Longsy. I'm upset about that. I was referencing Overwatch, but
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Did he know? There really isn't anything of note here.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, No path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Right now,
No reason to still be here.
there's definitely something here. See if the game badgers me.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I'm doing fuck all. Dude, I love it. Alright, hold on. It's gonna I'm gonna...
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I have agoraphobia. It's cozy in here. You just shut the door.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Then why make it unlocked? Why program a closet? Ah!
Maybe to you, this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Oh, God. Tiny Viking, welcome in. Welcome in.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Damn, we're moving up in the world. Welcome in, Tiny. And yeah, everybody
Well,
does
I've come
seem
to a
do
very
that.
definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful
Good
commentary
God.
of this game is not lost on them.
Sassy.
All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Wow, this narrator is sassy as hell. I love it already. Hold on. We'll wait just a few more seconds. That had to have been it, but... Why are you still here? Alright, that was fun.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Are you kidding me? That's
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, we'll play along now that we've got the broom closet ending unlocked. But it's great to see you, Tiny, by the way. We're just getting started, so you all are having some good time popping in right now. This is extravagant. Lawyer's office. Is that what we're doing, lawyering? Business time. Hold on. What'd it do? Executive bathroom. Oh, yeah. Damn. Be rich. Is it a crime to commit crimes? Isn't it rich? What a life it would be just to pick one. Extreme bathrooms. I like the button presses. No mirror. Stanley is a vampire. That was a rather decent bathroom. What about over here? Don't quite yet.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him, and so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845. I got a new GPU. My friend installed it today because I was unable to do easy stuff. Ah. Hey, that's what Broctimus did for me.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
2845.
Two, 8, 4, 5. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. What did he do?
This totally sounds like the extreme DMing thing where, like, if you just ignore things that the DM is obviously set up for you to go through, you'll have to go through it eventually anyways. Like, for example, I'm going to blab for a second here. For example, like, your party's traveling down the road and you, come across a dungeon with a lock on it and some treasures like coming out, like promising there's more, and but you have to go into town and do a quest to get the key to the dungeon first. The old man alchemist has it, and you can just simply say, and this is extreme DMing. It's a thing Tracy Hickman wrote maybe over a decade ago that me and my DM John went and saw. Had clever ideas like this. But anyway, instead of doing the quest for the key, you can just say, the party moves on. And then suddenly, he says, you'll see a dying caravan driver down the road, and he just happens to have the key and wants you to go get it. But anyways, I mean, DMs are a bit smarter these days and work around that more. But back then, that was kind of like an eye-opening, like, oh, yeah. But anyway, yeah, like this is that sort of instance, I feel like. But anywho. Damn. This is like a real Portal moment here. There's no looking back, is there? Buying a new motherboard and a CPU. Yeah, when I use it, the CPU is going to explode. I saw your post on Twitter, Tiny. It's like, oh man, that sucks. It's that trend. You get one new shiny thing, and oh shoot, you need the whole ladder. The ball of spending money has started rolling. Yeah, that was with this machine for me last year, but it's well worth it in the end. At least you'll be all caught up by then, so. But yeah, ball is definitely right. 6969.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Damn.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
What if I just straight up back up? If light is on, call extension 914 immediately. On what? Ooh, hold on.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Me too. This probably doesn't affect anything at all, but hey. Alright. This probably is like a big waste of time, but...
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Alright. Damn, this narrator is just sassy as son of a bitch. Alright, can't back up any further. I replaced my GPU and my gaming PC and moved the old one to the playback box. So that's when I noticed the playback hit a... Oh, so you need a new power supply? Yup. Yup. It never is that simple, is it?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
After a broom closet journey here.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
But it's too early to escape.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
This is huge! What are we, like, joining the Halo universe here? Blood start gonna come running up from down there? Binary? Oh no, not binary at all. But that probably does end up translating to something. Or is it a pad? Oh, never mind. Thought it might have been prime numbers or something. Employee observation protocol. Data points for... yeah. Alright. What'd it do?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Woof!
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
Yeah.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
But that means I would be still following somebody else's orders now. On track. I don't like the looks of this frickin' death pit. What'd it do? disabled. It don't do. So we could go to the power, or what it do? Alright. Alright, well. Check out the power room. Okay, that made a good noise. Okay. 5. Hold on. I'm inclined to believe this is something. Or is it? Hmm. See a 4. On a 5, there's a 3. There isn't. What it do? Well, maybe I'll just mash them all then. Oh, wait. Up top. Aha. Tricky. But can I get back up there? Not looking like it. Those make good noises. Okay. Well, let's move on. See, that made a good noise. Ah. Mind control. Idle. So 052. Did hit that. Is there a 0? I did unintentional. Okay, hold on. Ah, shoot. Should I try it? Should I try it, chat? Let's try it. 5. I just can't let it go. They're making yes and no noises. That's totally a puzzle. Well, 5-2-1 should have done that. Okay. Nope, now I'll leave. Now I'll leave. I tested my theories and they fell flat.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Mind control. Do I do it or do I not do it? I'd still be mind controlled by the narrator, right? Unless I hit the on. And play along for now. Uh-oh. Game over.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
But I'm still your command. Although I have no other option. I wait and you get sassy with me again. Yeah, no. This feels like a trap too.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat the game. Get your first achievement. Okay. Well, great stream, everybody. I'll see you next week. Alright. So that must be like one of the more simple endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright.
Power up.
Woo! Stepping Hitman. I'm sorry. I'm gonna butcher this all the time. I always butcher names. But thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We just beat the game, so we're just doing post game stuff
to
now.
a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
I will bring
This
the
was not the
thunder.
direct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire it.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Fat boy. Fat boy Slim Man?
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Look how sassy
But
this guy
eager
is.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did he? We're gonna go against the narrator for a bit of these now.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Can't say I do know, but I hope you have good reason for saying this stuff. Intercourse in heaven? Tiny, thank you so much for the bits. Appreciate it. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse. 1,000. Penalty for jumping off. Well,
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
for her. Ooh.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Okay, now we're gonna start getting into this. And we'll let it cook for a second. Alright. Let her. Alright, who's her?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Damn right I
No,
did.
that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
Alright.
None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Ooh.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
What?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
At least 8, okay.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Well, what if we just hang out? I like this so far. Definitely piqued my curiosity.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Code? Deal with reality? Okay. One period you forget. Oh, you're done forever. very carefully. Okay. It's a strange gem in a good way. I love when the fourth wall gets broken and the meta gets messed with and stuff like that. That's a large reason why I got hooked on Noja real bad earlier like not this year anymore, but last year. And then before I started streaming, I was really fascinated with like
Almost
the
there.
Doki
You'll
Doki
take the
Literature
door on the
Club.
left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Man, what if he's thirsty though? Go back. Okay. So they are kind of forcing. Well, so I think. Gotta check them. Might be another broom closet.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did you watch Dan play Lost Dimensions? No, I can't say that I have. Stuck in a terrible conundrum. I can remain here and think out this adorable diminutive Viking, or I could go back to watching the show Vikings. Why not both?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
This is great. Let's see, is it like actively growing? Kind of. Hey, again? Alright. Thought that made a different noise.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Sheesh! Getting real. Yeah, Lagertha. Lagertha's nice. I've watched the whole series. I love Vikings. It's a great show. Check out The Last Kingdom, too, if you haven't already.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my
keep
lead and
breaking
you'll
it.
be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ah! Right. He's not even reacting now.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh.
Quickly, hurry.
Before it's not too late.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure
That was
you'll be up to the
slightly
task.
different that
Just
time, though.
follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
That was
he
slightly
entered
different the
door on
second
his
time.
left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay, that was about the same. All right.
Behave exactly as
So let's
Stanley
go to the
would.
correct one this
That
time.
means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley
Can't say
came
I'm
to a
familiar
set
with
of 2
Vinland
open
Saga. I
doors,
think I got
he
one of the
entered
books.
The door on
Like
his
the
left.
mangas or whatever. I gotta actually sit down and read it, though.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yeah. Oh, no broom closet ending this time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Crouch now. That's a thing. But need jumping. Achievement unlocked. You can't jump. Wow. That's great. That's an achievement too. Oh, it's not a bathroom anymore, huh? Green and
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Can I?
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Don't know if I can. Hello? Hello?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously.
Or
If
to
you didn't
obey
want to see
somebody
what I
else.
had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
Jeez.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open
Whoa.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
What in tarnation?
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important.
Crows, crows,
The story
crows.
needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
Oh, God.
Do something.
I'm going crazy.
This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time.
Sorry, Leroy.
Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Jarring.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey. Hey. Whenever we see it, we do it. Okay. Stay out of my room. Don't touch my
When Stanley
stash.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, I guess that's not something. Like, actually your street number? No way. That's awesome.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Kind of
Wow.
pick up every
Yes,
detail.
This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
That's so cool, Ogsy. I'm jealous. Mine's not anything special.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Right, let's do what we haven't done yet.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I'm a Stanley. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
Means
to the meeting
Stanley
room.
is
Perhaps
immortal
he
and
simply
now
missed
in
a memo.
purgatory or some shit. This must be purgatory.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm? No.
This is new.
Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
10 o'clock, is it? No, it's 7.
Yes. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Now we're gonna go back one more time and see if we... It might not be
Stanley
different,
was so
but who
bad
knows?
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah. Danger everywhere. That sign has me suddenly suspicious of that pole. Of all things. What'd it do? God, I'm so sus of everything right now.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Colorblind, boss.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Perhaps you misunderstood. I'm gonna wring your frickin' neck. I didn't misunderstand.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
This is the blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
There's nothing here.
What do we do?
I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option.
Ooh.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Oh! He got me. He got me.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Well, what do you think, chat? We aren't really being given options here. We're bad about it.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here,
I
based
love
on
him.
the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Whoa. Worldwide leaderboard. Are you kidding me? Wow. Good old Neil is off. Skid, Nicho Nacho, Vala, Hogwarth. Oh, wow. Worst 3 players choose the blue door. 98% are more attractive than Stanley. Oh, shit. This is you. That's funny. Alright. Now we'll take the other door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
This game has my brain hurting. Mine too. It's like, okay, I get what it wants me to do, sort of, but I love that it's like keeping you on your toes. Like, this is very engaging. Stephen Fry's a treasure. It's not him. They got me. Either way, yeah, that one sucked.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
I do love this
In this
narrator.
game,
What
the
is
baby
this?
crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the artwork
Jesus.
will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
To keep you busy.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
It's terrible. Burn, baby.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease
Had
the
burning
pain.
babies in it. 10 out of 10.
What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Most annoying game in history. I feel like I'm giving it just as much as I'm getting it.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Lookout Cookbook, Suds, National Force of Wyoming, Plays, Patriots, The Birds of Wyoming, Dr. President, Face Puffs, Singular Mind, Truck Alaska, Flora. Well, yeah, who fires the, or who fire watches the fire watches the fire watch? But I had to laugh at this, the S thing that you drew in high school all the time by drawing a bunch of lines and connecting them like connected dots. Oh, crazy. Okay. We are in the wild. Have you not played this? Oh yeah, same here. Oh god.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
It can't be. If we go this
It
way.
is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Block it off. Ah.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. Out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Am I like fighting some
Preferably
sort of
something with
strange
walls.
mental
Something
elder
with
god or
nice,
something?
Big, insurmountable walls.
Whose ban is like complete and utter order?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Damn. Whoa.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly
I was gonna
what
say,
I
this is
had.
Rocket League.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
It's bonkers. Why am I in Rocket League now?
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Let's
There are lots
see.
of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I
Sports
think it's
ball.
sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
The game is basically about, yeah, controlling Bucky the system. Like an old school version of punk music, yeah. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Yeah, we aren't. Let's dive. What are you doing? What are you doing? Whoa.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh God. Do I fall further down or what's this? All failing. Ah! What a crazy game. Oh. I love breaking the meta. I'm like lapping this right up. Like I said, like Doki Doki Literature Club kind of did it, and Five Nights at Freddy's to a certain extent. But the early ones, like, I don't know. I really liked Five Nights when it first came out, just for that factor. Like, the creepy, you don't know what the hell's going on or what anything is. Like, I mean, I'm glad the series did good, but the more games that came out with it kind of took the mystery away. And now it's like, oh, we've got Glamrock Freddy and Glamrock Foxy, and I don't know. It's kudos to him for keeping on going and, you know, making hits that everybody seems to love. But what was with? But I don't know. I like the mystery. For successful property, though. Eerie. Love it. In this way. Doki Doki bent the meta over a desk. That game was fucked up. Dude, it was. And my God, they made you go through so much of it first before, and that's the part I kind of enjoy because it sets that standard of normalcy for so long. You can't possibly think, oh, this. Why the hell does this game have a horror tag on it? Oh, you come to find out. But yeah, Doki Doki was unexpected. I did not see any of that coming, and it just gets more and more and more crazy. Like. But it's neat because it hints you in on it kind of a little here and here if you're really paying attention to the backgrounds and stuff. But it's so like unsettling. It's great. Longsy, last year I played a game called Nausea. I might have I know I mentioned it earlier, but Nausea's sort of the same way, except I don't know. It can get a little fucked up. I wouldn't say maybe the level Doki Doki did, but just the fact of how much it breaks the fourth wall in the meta and sets that normalcy and like upsets it again. Like a very similar theme. Very, very enjoyable. That was like my game of the year last year. I just a streamer named The Anticipation. We're good online, friends at this point. But a lot of people come here from his channel too. A lot of his audience because he raids every once in a while. Fantastic guy. I definitely suggest go and check him out too. But he was playing it one day for just a few hours and I instantly got hooked and I went and got it myself. Like I tried to talk myself down, but after like 3 days I gave in and bought it and ended up streaming it, and it ended up being close to like a 50-hour stream, give or take. I mean, obviously split up. Well, no, maybe longer than that. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, obviously split up over a series of streams. I didn't do it all in one shot because my God, I need sleep at some point. But yeah, like the hanging the girl picture. Yeah, in the back of the classroom. Yup, you definitely know about it. 3+ hours of play for the end of the first arc. Yeah, no, but you need that. I feel like to make it that much more unsettling. If it kind of pulled the trigger quick, it's like, oh my God, that's terrifying. But like, okay, but once you just kind of bonded with these characters and just like, oh, we're kind of going through the same thing every day. Whoa, I don't know. It does a great job, and I'm surprised it was like a free game for so long. All right, anyways, exciting. Oh, that was why Yeah. Questions. Oh, broke it.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
That's ominous.
I can wait.
I can wait. Can you now? Yeah, like, okay, this cute little slice of life visual novel. Oh my god. Alright.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
It is Stanley's office, I think. Hey! Longsy's home address. Do not dox.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Of course we do not.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
This is definitely in the same spirit of those
Standing
games.
now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
It'll never be as strong as it once was.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Stanley Parable article, welcome in. Yep. We're having an interesting time here with this very emotional narrator. This has got a very, very awesome feel to it. We're just discussing like breaking the fourth wall and the meta and
Stanley
stuff
was
like
so
that.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I want to see if I can go back down into the depths
Look,
again.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Turn up something
I'm
different.
not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
Really,
that
I'm
investing
not.
your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been
Oh, shit.
neglecting, Stanley. But
Didn't
his
mean to
eagerness
do
to
that.
prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Actually, did not mean to do that, but that's...
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen
Great
while
job,
my senses
Stanley.
were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Don't call me Butterfingers, call me Butter Toes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We got the broom closet ending, that's all we needed.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to
Hey,
a
we can
staircase,
go down now.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You have the option, let's do it. Down to the creepy red light. Wonderful. What's this? I feel like we should be reading this or picking it up. Alright, if I squint, I can maybe make it out. Hi, Lonnie. I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to school. It's what all the cool kids are doing, I've decided. Write me back. Also, there's an idea for something to draw. 2 cats on a motorcycle. Hey, this is a good idea. What all the cool kids are actually doing is sending each other pages on their Beepers. Oh, okay. Cages under beepers, but we're cooler than them because guess what? They can't put that. Oh, they can't put this on a beeper, and it's the cat on the motorcycle. Dang! I'm actually surprised I was able to make all that out. Okay. That was funny, though. Girl. Oh, hey,
But
it's the
Stanley
garage.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
Simulation!
I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally
This
found
is
an
all a
answer,
dream.
an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
I love the
He thought to
narrator
himself,
article.
I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing
The
the voice
repeating
speak
room.
these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Are we now?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley.
Stanley
I have a
began
boss,
screaming.
I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
This is getting to be like PT now. Jeez.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment,
Well,
she thought to
okay.
herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Love it.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Ah! Okay, chat, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break here to go to the bathroom and refill my drink. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, we're gonna keep going for sure. Begin the game again. Okay, yeah, I think we're just kind of exploring all options at this point, but you know what? I don't want to try to explain anything away, but yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in so far tonight. This has been quite the experience. I'm really glad that I picked this tonight. So, but anyway, yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Hang tight. I'll be right back. And cut. Excuse me. Welcome back. Thank you for hanging around. Let's keep this train rolling.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
That's new, I think. Yeah, okay. Is that solitaire? I think that's solitaire over.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, there's more options we haven't touched upon yet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling
Thanks,
a wave
Oracle.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Broom closet ending number 2, baby. I'm gonna wait. I totally think he'll say something if I wait long enough. I love how freaking sassy this narrator is. It's amazing. Especially when he's like pitching his little fits. Like, I made the game and you don't even want to play it. You just want to break it. Why would I want to torture you? Trying to sweep us off our feet. Hey-oh. Yeah, okay. I think he is a little pissed off. Eh? 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 Okay, yeah, he's truly fed up with our broom closet shit bullshit.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Done down here. I don't know if we're done down here. That note that we read.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
It's the
He
same
might be
thing.
fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Okay.
And
I
for
think we
that
just
matter,
gotta repeat
these
the
rooms
event.
were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Okay. Here we go. Let's reset. I don't feel like that's gonna do anything different.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A memo. I had a thought today, and
Stanley
I'm
came to a
refraining.
set of
Oh,
2
nice.
open doors.
The
He
werewolf
entered the
story.
door on his left.
Better to get all this out of the way before we actually start. Yeah. That took me a second. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. I'm excited.
Yet there was not a
Werewolf
single
is so
person
much
here
fun.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yes! Jostle it open! We want in! Chat wants the broom closet. I want the broom closet. But yeah, all that's going on with Dungeons and Dragons right now and their copywriting bullshit, I think we might be all moving to werewolf a lot sooner than we think. Oh man, that's funny. That is that tickles my funny bone. All right, so we know
Coming
that's
to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
all right. Hey, it's a bathroom again. What up? Oh, stop pouting, Midas. He's over here huffing. Hey, you can get back there now. Not that there's really a lot to do, but... Wasn't openable before, was it? Graphs! How to be a good quarterly percentile. Can you say things without putting them in graphs? No. How to make graphs quick. I still chuckle at this. What the hell are they putting a gun to the panda's head for? Business strategy. Strategy, mind you. Shapes. Exclusive. Lenny Smith talks about his new box. Is the cone the new triangle? How I kicked out my ugly pentagon habit with 2 B's. Illegal cubes and how to spot them. Oh, that's rich. That's rich. Okay. Down. Oh god, we have 2 more choices now. All the junk on the floor anyway. Papers are glowing. Hey, this is like the ride from hell now. We are back where we started from. I'm not satisfied with it. Alright, one more time. We might be just on the base floor. Might have to go up. But why? Where is it going? What'd it do? Okay, it seems to go up then. Bing bong! Pound that button Booker style, damn right. Boom! Wait, are we there yet? Or do we just gotta wait for a really long? We didn't go anywhere at all, did we? Nowhere at all, I say, nowhere at all. Maybe we gotta wait longer. Be willing to wait like a minute or 2. Okay. Maybe for now that's a dead end.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
By sheer luck,
Amazing.
chat.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Damn. And just cause? It went away. Never mind. Never mind. Fun squashed. Checking every little ass bit up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
See ya. They do something different now.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
What if I walk backwards toward my death? Is this like Portal? Cake is a lie? I can jump or something I can make? Nope. Yarg! Oh wait, why am I doing? I meant to do that, but curly works too. Whoa.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Beep.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Whoa! Hello. What up? The narrator has left the building. Ooh!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Live. Hear me out. The room in. Like, hear me out. I have to go through the door. We are in darkness. But a lot of here. Alright. Gotta question it. Whoa.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Kind of. I did say purgatory pretty early on. Nature painting. Stanley's computer. So this is like an asset room pretty much. Oh, cool. The office layout. Oh, this is neat. Corridor. Wiley. Oh, this is neat. How they just set up the assets. Hey, there's my solitaire. Yeah. Windows 3.1, baby. Look at that shit. That takes me back. Unfortunately, so does this, but... Oh, man. Wow. They really knocked it out of the park with that 3.1 there. Button sounds. The selection of sounds used throughout the game buttons are pressed. Sounds a mix of keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. So it was kind of just baiting me, huh? Yeah. Credits. Ah, cool. It's like the Google font. Developed by Crows. Boss's office. Screens of development. Yeah. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see. Absolute horror. Oh. God damn it, Aaron. The underground portion. Wait, what? Oh, wow. Okay, that's cool. Like, when it was finished, it would have had escape written right on the wall instead of being like a ramshackle sign leaning up against the railing.
Where were? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible to you?
Talking to the lounge. All right, hold on. You're not quite done. Black. Freedom ending. Very first incarnation of freedom ending in the game's alpha. Whoa. Countdown desk. The freedom ending. This is so like, this is cool. On off. You turn the Stanley parable on and off. So fun. It's the same room. Different layouts inside. From left to right, evolution of Stanley's office. First was created in November 2011, second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. Fleshed out a little bit every time. Dang, there's so much they put out here, man. Lounge. Narrator emails. What? I'm Anthony Elias, business broker, partner with me, rewarding business. Narrator guy. A question for you, sir. This is, what is the message for today, Harris? There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Not wrong. Not wrong. All right. I don't want to turn it off quite yet.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Which way do I go? Do I go to the switch or do I go back to the other? I'm going to go to the other thing. Wait, no. Yes, I did miss something. What is going on in here? The game is not the escape menu. Only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Oh, we had an ending that only ended. Okay, unfortunately, very few players realize this is what they're supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. I already did that once. Ew. Sending these levers are originally part of the Zending. Player pull a lever and narrator describe what color they pulled. Well, I can't pull any of them now. Zending, which eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Zending went through many iterations. The fourth version of the game thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and changed again shortly before launch. Dang, alright. I'm digging this. This is crazy. The phone. Oh man, there's so much more in here. In room, the projector. One option, two options. The confusing ending. Event. It's like like a forewarning. Events, apparently. Cargo lift, yeah. Phone. Oh god, it's on a timer. Oh, it just previous version 2 seconds to pick up phone, not picking up phone would lead to a different ending. Pretty much happened. Didn't have the timer sitting there for it. Alright, now we've called full. Alright. Don't goddamn it me for getting Metallica in your head. Can I goddamn it you for getting it in my head? I could just start quoting Metallica lyrics all night. I mean, if I'm being real, I would play some songs with it, but goddamn copyright. This is for research purposes only.
Then he pushed the number 8. Then he pushed the number 4.
Given Braiding. Needed dialogue for the entire game, roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from earlier takes and not used.
Stanley walked through the green door.
That's cool.
Stanley stood on the snow.
Okay, so I'm happy I don't gotta make a choice. No, I'm kidding. Alright, let's go back and turn off the Stanley Parable. Yeah, the next is Orion. Instrumental. Or, why am my brain farting on it? Suicide and Redemption, I think it is. Another instrumental one. I think that's the name of the one I'm thinking of, but I like that one a lot too. Suicide and Redemption. Yes.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Is it?
Whatever you do, choose it.
Alright. Let's do it. But do we begin the game again? Or did she just trick us into bailing? I feel like she just tricked us into bailing, but... Do I quit? Nah. Watch, that really is how to win the game. You just leave.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Step?
Hey, it will skip.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
God!
could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm wondering if I was just had or not. New content! Never mind, I wasn't had. Oh god, yeah. Alright, fuck it. New content, let's do it.
Oh, new content.
Oh!
What does that mean, new content?
What does that mean? New, like, he's concerned, like, oh no. Sometimes the only way to win is to not to play. Guess we're doing a just chatting. Hey, hold on. Oh god. We've only had 1 or 2 repeats, so this is doing super well.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
More game.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, how thrilling, Mules.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Is it?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere?
High score.
Here we
Did I
go.
break it?
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
So I can jump. It lied to me. Hey, we jumped.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Time to cancel the country club membership, Tad.
Oh, that's it. I just don't get any more jumps. Wow.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to
Yeah,
say,
stop
initial
screwing around.
impressions of this
I don't know why
game
that
are
didn't
not
play.
positive.
There we
It's
go.
just elevators and jumping.
too much.
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes.
There's more.
I knew there had to be something else.
He's getting
Let's see
so
it.
mad
I'm
again.
ready for whatever it is.
Did it wrong. Yeah, no, that's cool. I did update a few of them a while back, like changed them just to reflect what they actually were better. But oh, and you guys might want to take a peek. There's a new subscriber emote I uploaded, actually inspired by Oracle story in Discord. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Well,
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test
Test
achievement,
achievement.
please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no
no
gimmicks.
frills, no gimmicks.
Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Wait, what about the story? I made a new emote based on what you said a few posts back in the chat. You inspired it. You'll see when you find it in there. Should have been I used it a little earlier just to test. That's a picture of the office. Wonderful.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Is it creepy? I don't typically go and look at dudes in vents.
You don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
You dork anyway.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Well, if you're gonna be like that. Never mind, you're not a dork. Alright, I'll play your game, you rogue. Okay. Oh, okay, you're not a dork. Yeah, there it is.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find
What?
it. Just our little secret.
What?
Take a look.
Okay. I'm intrigued. Like, oh man. Alright, let's go.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Oh yeah, look at this. What a pleasant little escape.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Cargo. Independent. Look at all these awards and shit. Yeah, Stanley Parable duct taped over the British Academy of Film and oh my god, brilliant. Good times. Just pictures of empty rooms. Memory, sweet memory. Wow. There's the Steam page. They took a picture of that and put it up. 2013. What? What's this dude with the dog? The Memory Zone temp. Oh man. 2013, the year, of course, it's gotta be on the clock. Is there a nuclear symbol on the back of it? Thought to decorate the back of the box the way it looked too. That's pretty good. Or supposedly looked anyways. Don't hold the phone. Okay, that's mostly stuff we were. Want to make sure, like, is this foreshadowing? Soundtrack. Probably the first dollar they made off of it. Demonstration. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. What if I kick it in or something? Go outside, don't play for 5 years. Sheesh. The pie nominee. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. New video game re-releasing today. And yeah, Marianne. Whoa. Little Stanley. Hamster? Aw, poor little Stanley. I think these are words.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing.
Nothing.
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
An hour of new elevator content. Oh man. Memory zone maintenance. Questionable. Person of the year. Fuzzy ass picture of Stanley. And some more blue. Your number is more memory. OG. For Scott K.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Like the legit reviews and stuff, and he's just kind of glossing shit over, like, oh yeah, that's totally how it happened, yeah. And that way, that door creaked open. So pleasant outside. Yeah, he's rewriting his own memories to serve that purpose. Oh, I can't go through there, huh? No! The serious room. How do I get into a serious room? People play games because they can what they do inside them. Your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Alright. Can't seem to get past the bot. Oh. Creepy.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
And again, and again, and again.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Cold drinks. Way to sneak out.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, actually, they pretty much are.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
He's so full of himself. Holy smokes. Freighter crates full of Steam reviews. What the crap?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley?
Preachy?
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Sterling. Not recommend. Yeah, this is a whole different world, isn't it? Half-Life or Fallout or something.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
I've
I
been
wish
doing
there
it.
was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
I don't know if that's the same thing here. What about going around back? New trailer park Stanley's go around back. Go back. Nothing of interest.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which
What in
time
the
everything
hell
all
are
at
you
once,
even
so,
talking
now
about?
you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 200...
We're just looping now.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise.
A treatise.
Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was...
I fell asleep.
Well,
I
want
went
to
all
say
down
maybe
3 hours of
30,
sleep
45
and
minutes.
just wanted to close
It's not
my eyes for about
unendurable
30
by
minutes,
any
then
means, but
get
it's-
up for your
well,
stream.
There's really only so much I
Obviously,
can
that
ramble
didn't
on to
happen.
myself about.
Smeagol
I know, it's
raged
shocking,
and guy.
isn't it? But at any rate, I do
Don't
suggest
worry
we
about it,
not
buddy.
press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go?
Where did the door
Wasn't there a
go?
door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one.
But anyway,
here
thanks
before.
for the sub,
How
Bragg.
else would
Don't
we have
worry
gotten
about it.
into the room in the
Catch
first
up on your
place?
rest,
I
brother.
don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole?
Ah!
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
It's gone.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you?
Why would you?
I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion
Cookie
matter so
Nine?
much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The
Would you
merest
mind
mention of
restarting?
one of my imperfections, and I become petulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful
Hey.
fury. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think
Tree
it's
is
been a
dying. Been a
week, 2
week.
weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me
One
just
light
talking?
left.
But it isn't,
There.
Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button.
Huh.
That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the
Oh,
ground.
really?
One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe...
Existential
the dreams are
crisis.
real.
Why
Maybe
would you,
they're
Stanley?
not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time. That if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it.
Sus of that.
I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and
God
decaying.
damn.
I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what
Literally?
this means to me.
Literally?
I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness. Come, Let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Now you want me to? You want to break down or something? Let's do it. The room's just gonna be gone.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it.
Clock has just stopped
To
working
begin
too.
with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every
I'm enjoying
moment
this, Brock.
I have ever experienced
It's been a
my
ride.
entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight.
Bye. Ah. Be silent. That alarm thing's still going. Clock is long died. So is the plant. Scooting around or something. The other room. Oh, it's a fan. Okay. Yeah. Why'd the clock fall? Button just press itself. That one start. I'm so sus now. Alright. We've got to be like
But they didn't
centuries.
understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make
He's
all of their pitiful
all he
demands.
can
But
think
then,
about this
he's
whole
talking
time.
too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every...
Where'd that door go? I wonder how many years or centuries I am ahead in time now. That wood board should have been rotted a long time ago.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the...
Oh, the building's starting to deteriorate. It's probably been a goddamn century. Uh-oh. This could be bad. Yup. Holy shit. Now we're getting crazy. Yeah, oh my god, we're like going through the apocalypse or some shit with this freaking skip button. What? This is crazy, dude. look. Life finds a way. Freedom? I mean, through time? And that's all gone and rotted now. Must be nighttime. Okay, did this have a horror tag on it? Uh-oh. Oh god. The whole building is starting to shift. Oh, whoa. Yeah. I'm feeling it. Right, so does the button even work anymore? Nope. It's great. I've like reached the end of fucking time here. End is the end is the end. Wow. This game really is making a statement, isn't it? I used the skip button far too much. And now I wander into the desert.
Be cool. Remain calm.
Oh my god. Ah, no, here we are. Right back at the beginning again. Frickin' Bill Murray style. Woo! That got
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
drastic.
He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
To him? Or the narrator? New content. Well, I mean, since you put it that way.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Help. Sweet, thanks for starting over for me. Kind of, in a sense. More elevator action.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What? Oh shit. The end is never the end
Yes,
again.
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been
Taste the
asking
sequel.
for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Couch looks comfy. Too bad we can't jump. We used up our 30 jumps. Ah, yeah. Kind of. New content is out. New content part 2 is earned. Boring sections of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. New hotness. That looks like almost like a Final Fantasy VII map. Old and busted. I can't really. Every pause button. This is a Roman numeral 2. Gosh. Concept art. It's a lopsided circle. Oh, win-win. Paradigm shift. The color red. Logo ID. That really. This is what an art studio loft looks like in LA. Or wherever the hell this is at. Oh, there's a second Stanley, and he doesn't even get a computer.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Crab, the ultimate sequel. You heard that too, right? You heard that too?
Here, drunky, drunky, drunky.
Is this a bus or what? Oh, okay, there's the other half. I'm like, got one wheel. How's it balanced? Alright. I'm just a dummy and didn't see the rest of it. These are a single stool sitting right here.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The reassurance bucket? Why is there a merch hall? I saw the new content. This t-shirt is the best new feature. The end is never the end again. Oh shit. New content. Alright, let's the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Here we go. This is highly customizable, yeah? Name, hear yours today. You heard something? Yeah.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful. Oh, that's a glossy looking couch. Sheesh. That's a habit of mine. I have to check every single door I come across. Huh. Alright. Where's the button? Right. Name. It'll say your name, right?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
What if my name
Just
was
play
Jim?
along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself...
I'm Rob.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Jim.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name, the button says. But no. Instead, oh, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
No.
Jim.
No!
Damn it!
There it is. Oh, I am right up there with it too. Just beat me. Say Jim! Say Jim! You can say it in the squeaky voice, I don't care. Oh shit. Jim.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Unless your name was Jim, then in which case, look at that 2 with the eyes. Ah, shit. I think I recognize it, sort of.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
New and easy achievement. The infinite hole. It won't end. Collectibles. Free achievement. Infinite hole or the settings world champion. Okay. Do the world champion setting. Or not. No! Alright. Well, since we can't do that, how about free and easy achievement? Right here. Wow, Stanley's a looker.
Oh my.
Ooh. That looked like Cool Spot without the glasses. I swear I know what you're talking about. I know what Cool Spot, yeah. Used to, that was legit a Sega Genesis game back in the day. Cool Spot.
Now, here's something special. You
Pippin
remember that
7
broken
up.
test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Sketchy that you gotta give it to me in the goddamn delivery garage. Oh god, that looks like a Dalek almost. Exterminate.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified.
Oh,
This is
gee.
technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I could care less about achievements. Ah! Let's pretend to, though.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The infinite hole. No screenshots. Oh, we're so taking screenshots. Can't tell.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Yeah, I'm not too achievements either. Never been my thing. See them when they're playing, and I glance at quickly move. I mean, yeah, you feel that brief little second of like, oh, okay, cool, I did something. And I do like seeing like how many other, like at least on Steam, like how many other players have done it and whatnot. But yeah, that's a big whatever. I mean, maybe back when I was a kid and I played these games, lot shorter games over and over and over and over, it might have been something for me then. And you know, maybe it is for kids growing up nowadays. But I just whatever. It's a number. Whoopee. They're cool when I unlock them without trying, but I don't go out of my way to get them. Yeah, same deal, Am. Same deal. Sometimes they can be a little helpful, including you in on something that might be achievable, like an Easter egg or something, but yeah, it doesn't detect screenshots. Okay. Okay, had to try. just who's on display. Get well someday, or happy 12th birthday, stepniece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece it is.
Oh, I wanted them to get better.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
No! I want you to fix it! Huh! The only achievement I hunted when I wanted Platinum Spider-Man and Ghost of Tsushima was an excuse to keep playing and being in that world. No, I don't... Yeah, keep playing if you're having fun. The only achievements I ever really hunted down, it was kind of fun, I'll admit, doing them in the Xbox 360 version of Dead Rising. There was that one really tough one where you had to kill like close to 15,000 zombies in like one rotation of the game, and that was like, well, you know, a lot of me and my buddies were like, oh, we got to work on getting that. That'd be so... Well, what does it do, you know? And then we found out the way to do it, and that's probably literally the only time in my life I ever really went achievement hunting. Just seemed like extra objectives. Kind of like you said, Brock. Just, you know, reason to stay in the... the button that says Jim. It replaced it from the player's name. But anyway, yeah. Reassurance bucket. We'll go there.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest,
so you can puke into it, or what?
It's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Oh, where's the dry ice to make that even more dramatic? I wonder if this stuff in the original game or all talk about the sequel only part. As far as I know, this is all the like the Super Deluxe or whatever.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Oh, well,
the benefits of the bucket seem to go on.
Let me put it on my head and just raise it through the roof.
Await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
All right.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Son of it. I get to carry this bucket around. Wait. Yeah. Let's see. Collect them all. Whoa.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh, okay, it still is. I didn't think I was moving forward at all, but here I am. What the hell is with this art? Fuck. Bro. Oh, God.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Settings champion. Stanley. Okay, maybe we can go to the settings world champion thing. Nope. Used all my jumps.
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yep.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
You already used up all your jumps. Oh. I'm so disappointed. You're supposed to use your jumps now, mister. Nope. Still can't get into the world champion of setting. That's new. Oh wait, we keep. Alright, well. Exit, I guess. We can't get the free achievement. That last sound like Sideshow Bob, you know, and now that you mention it. I think most enjoyable bucket in a video game award goes to Skyrim because you can put the bucket on people's heads and they continue doing saying whatever without realizing they have one on their head. Oh god, I forget what game it is. Maybe it's like a Hitman or something. I was watching Dan play, but you can put a bucket on their heads and like keep your stealth. Because they don't see you.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No. Weird ass AI art looking thing. No screenshots. All screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Woo!
If the trailers are rocking, don't bother knocking.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original.
So I still think I'm working through the original.
Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
Oh,
with
here
respect,
we go.
With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Take a look.
The Stanley Parable. So we're playing the sequel tonight, too, I guess.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Online.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
The balloons
where
are
he
here
was
now.
Employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what Employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
For this
Stanley
job.
was happy.
Was he really, though?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had
One and
this
two in
happened,
one stream.
this complete
We're going for the
isolation.
long one, baby.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid.
My back hurts just
Stanley
looking
found
at the
himself
monitor,
unable
having
to
another one
move
of
for
those
the
goddamn
longest
50-pound boulders.
But
Oh,
as
I'm
he came
so
to his
happy we're
wits and
past that,
regained
too,
his
bro.
senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Yeah, no, I do not miss CRTs. I mean, there's a nostalgic feel to like old TVs and playing like Sega games and Nintendo games, but my god, I'm so happy that you get like 4 times the space, nice flat screen, clear, and yeah, it weighs like 10 pounds. Look at all the balloons.
All of his
you know.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go, oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
There's
Click
an
the door
achievement?
5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly
I'm game.
50 clicks.
Don't dare me. Dare-rator.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Where's 417? You ever help Shanulu move his old big screen CRT fucker? I did a few times. I mean, maybe not out of the house, but around when we were living together. If it's that one big ass gray one that you're talking about. Why is there rope here now? Hold on. There's the
Stanley
bucket.
picked up the bucket.
Or 17.
Okay, great. Now, go touch the bucket on door 437 a few times.
All right. Right here. Now, we started this game out like, oh, like we're in control of ourselves, so we gotta go against the narrator and everything he does. Otherwise, we're truly not free. Now we're just literally doing his dirty work with the
Now
bucket.
we're getting somewhere. How about door 415? Give it some bucket love.
Bucket love. 415.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Now back to door number 437.
437. All right.
You know, I think the copy machine needs some attention. Why don't you rub the bucket on it a bit?
Oh.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting
Where
somewhere.
is this going? Let the man cook.
Okay, now bring the bucket on top of employee 419's desk.
419. Eh. Four one nine. Wasn't this 419? Did I miss here? Four one nine, you're right. Let's see, maybe the door. If there's a door, anyway. Desk 419. Easy, man, easy. But maybe because of the iteration we're on, and I triggered an outside event, and it kind of stuck. Question every. Yeah. Well, shoot. Uh-oh. What'd I do? Oh? I mean, I've only got like 3 buttons I can click. Well, maybe that's just a dead end for now. I don't know. I'm like clicking everywhere on this desk. A balloon? Put the bucket back. Well, I don't know. Knowing your city before you possibly know where to begin your street vending operation in city. Well, I don't know. Maybe I gotta just ignore it for now. Come back to it later, I guess. Really no solution. I don't know if I found a bug or what, but...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah. We'll come back. I'm sure we'll get the shoes.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
The broom closet's open! Yes!
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it
So's
over.
the broom closet.
No. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and
The
convenient?
narrator has
That
gone
your life
off the
is
deep
so
end
banal and
hard.
meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
Well, I
Go on,
never.
Stanley.
Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
So yeah, one of the first things I did, Brock, entering this game is I found this broom closet and went in it, and the narrator just started
I've got you something which I think will
going
help
off the
settle this
deep end
debate
about me
once
just
and
standing
for
in
all.
there.
Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
And anyway, we went into it again. He's like, "Oh no, you're not doing it again." And he teleported me out, and I went back again.
All right, I've got a second sticker
And
back
he had,
here,
like,
and
boards
I'm going to
over
slap
the
it on
door
as
and
well because
everything.
I think it's appropriate.
Oh,
You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket.
it's also a
That
bucket.
way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, it's a bucket. There
It's
really
a
is a wide
bucket.
variety of applications. for
Oh,
this
it's a donkey. That episode of The Simpsons where the three old ladies had a puzzle almost built. There's one piece away, and
You
then
know
she
what?
put it down.
I
Oh,
could take the
it's a
name
donkey.
calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
God. Now, leave the bucket behind and really piss him off. I think he is about done with the room. Alright, moving on. Now I wonder... Oh, okay. See if I could maybe double back now that I've triggered the event with the bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Anything different in here? Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp.
You
Hey,
found
there's a
one of them.
collectible.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I
God
implore
knows
you
I've
to
tried.
savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Fucking bonkers, I love it. Alright, well, that matter. Stop. Wait. Oh, way further down than I remember. Aha!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that.
Stanlerines.
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh, wow. This game is insane. Oh, Brock, you don't know the half of it, dude. The first few hours of this game is just opening up paths and stuff like that. It's crazy. Really don't want to do this loop again. But we won't. Yeah, this, you just got like the tip of the iceberg here, dude. You might want to, I don't know, don't let me dictate your time, of course, but like check out the first, you know, whatever hour or two of this VOD when, you know, goes up. Oh, we can't go in here this loop. Here I'm calling them loops now, like I'm playing frickin' Noja or something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always, the bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
The bucket knew all along.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Easy there, buddy. There's another minifig. Or Stanley.
I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Figlies.
What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one?
Completionists.
I'm sure it will come to me.
Achievements. Yeah, achievements.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
If not for the bucket.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Pop, pop. That always gets me. The electricity popping when I jump
Stanley
out.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Stanley and the bucket. Nothing? Alright.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Personifying a bucket. Bold move. Bold move, Cotton.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
The bucket Stanley. It'd be easy to cosplay as Stanley. You just need some jeans, gray colored button-up shirt, and a bucket. Yeah, but I mean, people would get it.
He screamed into the bucket.
I guess if he had the
couldn't
stickers.
accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Pardon me for a second, chat. I really gotta get a drink here. My throat is like drier than heck. I'll just be right back. I'm just... All right. Thank you for your patience. That's much better. The bucket needs a name. Well, I mean, it is Stanley, and the bucket is sort of a cup, right? Is it Stanley Cup? What?
But here was the proof.
the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
A sassy comment about taking down the... Well, we already took the system down once. Still don't know what these numbered buttons do. But hit them anyway, why not? Yeah, I don't think it matters. Mind control idle. Waiting input.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust.
To listen to the broom
when
closet.
suddenly, an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Silly birds. I enjoy this mind control. Look at the silly birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true
All the
intention.
bucket wanted to do is see
Had
birds.
the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hand, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley is happy. To those birds. Restart. Damn bucket.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Nope. Okay. Hit the check. Figure Finders Committee meeting today. What? Those Stanlerines. Hey. Game is something else. I'm digging it. That's it. Skip the bucket for now. Oh. You know what? Yeah.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Hey, as I say, maybe we needed the bucket for last time, but input okay, hold on. I think that changed. Nope. Huh. I really feel like that was dead in the water, though. That was a special event, and, like, it's just kind of petered out. Yeah, whatever. By going downstairs with the
Stanley
bucket.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
You haven't been in the right in a while.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
Again,
place to
with the
be.
employee lounge. Oh boy.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Bucket.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Hey.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
The cargo lift. The bucket wants to see the cargo. The cargo, vroom, vroom.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Huh? Or where we went before. Not very dark in here. Ah, it's dark in there though.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Narrator's a psycho. Germs? Oh, Jeremy is playing Vampire Survivors now. Godspeed. Slay them vampires. Lord knows I haven't been because there's not a single vampire in the game so far. There's the bucket. What am I, living in an apartment with the bucket now? Wow. Hey, give me your bucket. Where'd you go? Just seen it there. Hello, Stanley. It's me, a bucket. Press X to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Bucket residence, lady of the house speaking. Yeah, don't know. It sounds familiar, dude. The Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Ah, there's the bucket again. Oh, so I can go back home with the bucket. All right. Try that 3. Oh wait, there's nowhere to go. Ah!
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him.
Oh.
I don't know if he'll
I'm not
listen to
familiar
me.
with that, sorry. I played the demo. Jazz music. G to go. Why am I hitting all these different keys?
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think.
It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press F to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press Y to ignore anyone in your life except me. Bye, chat.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket.
Bouquet.
Oh,
Oh,
this bucket does
makes
have a nice
sense, huh?
shine to it.
Okay. Okay. The phone outside of the room there. Nice. Love it. Who farted? Hoof-hearted. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press B to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Hey, baby. How's it going? Press G to relive the same day with me over and over and over.
Oh my
Whoa.
God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
I'm trapped in here with the bucket! Press T to go home to work to home to work to home. Getting a little existential again.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh god, the next room is open. I'm kind of scared. I mean, it freaks me out that the clock is 0000, but... Oh no! I don't want to fuck the bucket! First of all, awkward fit. Damn, this is, yeah, elevating quickly.
Giggity.
Giggity. Well...
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Woo, damn.
Hey, don't screw around. You screw around too much.
Back to work, Stanley. Fuck, this game. Go back to work, Stanley. Ignore the bucket behind the curtain.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
The bucket again.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Try the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. how insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this
Those
obvious
buckets
fact.
can't talk.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Unthinkingly, man says. I still can't get into this. What? Oh, I thought it made a noise. It was that hydraulic lift. Danger everywhere. Now, is there anything different down here now that I have the
No,
bucket?
stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
I don't know about that, Tim. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No, that's a sexy chick.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, it's a sexy bucket.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
It would be a plastic bucket then.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
It has a bucket seat in it.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Incredible.
Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No explanation. This is a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Trick question. All right. Sassy lad.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something.
Getting
And therefore
philosophical,
nothing
Ian.
could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
I broke him again.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
Again.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Oh. This isn't a bucket. It's my lover now.
What happened?
Apparently.
Is everything gone?
Everything's
Why
a
did everything
bucket.
disappear? Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
We're not buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Maybe don't mention.
Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yeah, I think I may have broke that.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket.
Yeah. On gremlin mode with this bucket. Damn. Everything! You said everything! On the clock!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Whoa. That's the completion of this instant. What? Alright, this is different. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? The investigation, this room, they feel pointless to you. Can we sell them what we forgot, what we know, what we don't know yet? Saw one in the cargo room. Play 421 building a bridge. They want data money. Artist rendering. Oh god. Bigleys. Follow clues provided by employee 416. Maybe we are the collectibles. Manage to pick up sounds unusual regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphone. Directional mic. Triangulate stores the data, blah 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 blah. There will be an award for finding them all. Mission stat. Oh hey, cool. A large room, lots of boxes. Somewhere both red and blue. Okay. Oh, where was that decision? Oh, that's so far back now, and we've gone through so many things. A large room, lots of boxes, cool, and then the red and blue. That was the exit, wasn't it? Going back to the broom closet, I gotta feel safe.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Alas, no stickers. I feel safe in here! I don't think there's anything more for me. I really think I've bled the broom closet dry now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
See, I want to go down again. You know what? Nah, let's go first. I'm pretty sure I know where to go. Frozen. Hey, we can go in here again. Will it do anything different this time? Bing bong. Do we wait? Should I hit that button? Because I hit the button, it just takes me back to the room we were in. Before, anyway. Yeah, still doesn't do much. Gotta be doing something wrong there, but that wasn't our current objective anyways. So.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Are you role-playing Yanni Torr from Scrubs? God, I'm starting to feel like it. Right, now let's try escaping with the bucket. See what that triggers. I'm pretty sure that's the blue-red room. Like I said, it's been a minute. We've gone through so many rotations of this now.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
They'd both meet a violent death.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into
except I'm walking backwards
for each of them.
Stanley bucket. Whee! Nope, this wasn't it. Shit. What? Oh, where was the blue-red room? It wasn't in the loop.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
No!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Psych!
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
What? The bucket welcomes you to the great. You're at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a cavernous void. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, yeah, we're back to the art gallery. Just sans bucket.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is
Do you
far
see?
more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The bucket has ascended. Oh my god, look at this. The Leonardo da Vinci sketch, I believe it is. And a bucket with 2 hands. Oh my god, look at 25 bucks. Wow. The greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. Photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as the result of the euphoria from the exposure to this many buckets at once. A wooden, oh, look at this. Inferno Bucket. A replica of Inferno Bucket is a medieval hero so powerfully alluring it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one can control a bucket. Oh, man. The stress bucket. Presented without commentary. And the single rolly chair just... I don't know. Is this like the cuck chair? Like, you know, I learned those are what those chairs are in hotel rooms. They're the cuck chair now. Oh god, hieroglyphics. Wow. Wow. Bucket predates the existence of mankind. We do not know how long. The cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of practical uses for the bucket, but time the bucket had already been likely around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The blue glow. Like, look at me leaning my head trying to peek around a digital corner. The hanging bucket. Oh, God. Oh, this is that hole from before. It symbolizes the necessary relations between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there's yet more that's always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Ah! Oh, wait. Loading.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful
beautiful
We can save
bucket.
the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader.
I
as
reset
commander
last
of a new
time, so...
world, a new vision of the...
Crunch. Rick, did it not, Rick? Damn, must have not worked. Must. Okay, hold on. Now I have an idea. Won't let Stanley run
Stanley
off.
decided to go to the meeting room.
Another
to check
lovely
on his
bucket.
co-workers. He never functioned well by himself. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone.
Must have to do it down there. Shoot. Right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And hard to remember where the hell that one. Red.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Same loop.
If I did, coming to a staircase,
However.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The boss's office.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket.
Terrifying!
How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be?
The bucket!
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
The real bucket was inside of him all along.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
With buckets. Or she is a
Mariella
bucket.
woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought.
How cruel.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
And she backflipped all the way to work. Instead of playing a drinking game where I take a shot every time the game says bucket, I'm barely holding it. You die of alcohol poisoning by now, Brock.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Oh, this insufferable
Where are we
bucket.
going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Really need to remember.
And here
where
it
the heck
was.
we were.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Do I want to? Yeah, why not?
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Nope. You wanted me to. But Bucket said no.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Buckets?
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I want the broom closet. I choose the closet. Oh, and the creepy ass baby too. Ay, ay, ay. Adventure Line. The burning baby.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Love it. Shut up and take my money.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Yep, here's the development room again. Way early on. Bucket, it's a bucket. You must chuck it.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
The Bucket Destroyer.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I have a feeling there's an alternative.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
The bucket!
The broom closet? Certainly not.
Oh,
I
hell.
wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly
Shit.
now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley.
Oh.
Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Jeez! Bucket Destroyer. What is this?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Man, what kind of drugs were the writers on for this? Man, now it's like begs the question, what if I did throw the bucket away? Oh god!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
What if... Whoa. That's new. Oh,
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Yeah. Alabama post it. Excuse me.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet.
I think I'm
simply
donezo
because I have
with
no
that now.
remaining stickers. If I did, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Well, let's try doing first good end. Still don't know that this elevator does anything. I'm inclined to keep going in it though. Gonna trigger an event one of these times, right? It keeps making it available anyway. Sometimes these things gum up. Still nothing. Well, one of these times, bleh.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotion, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket is a far superior being than I. My God. What's left? I feel like I've done so many things. I've redone a lot of these with the bucket, of course, with
Stanley and the bucket
incredibly
walked straight ahead
varying
through the large door that read Mind Control
different
Facility.
outcomes.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What eldritch horror have we released upon the world?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
His feeble mind.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Except the bucket. The bucket never lies, right?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking,
eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
This time, with the bucket.
When at last they came to the Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it.
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Uh-oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
Dude, you want to work with a
truth
bucket?
hit Stanley square in the
I have
face.
nothing but buckets
This
at work.
building did
Pickle
not want
buckets.
the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
What?
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Will go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
You got to escape last time,
Trapped eternally
dang.
in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Huh. Alright, well that didn't do too much, did it? I feel like I'm
All of his
exhausting
co-workers
options
were
now.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he... the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
The test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, entered the door on his left.
Anything to do over here?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his
The
left
bucket was
to go
wrong.
back to the meeting room.
I think there's much else I can do over here.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I remember how to get back to the red door room, but I frankly really don't remember.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The infinite loop. We've done that without the bucket and with the bucket. A few times. Not gonna do much. Am I nearing the end, I wonder? I don't know.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
the bucket.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh. Did good ending, we did bad ending.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Did all that I feel like we could in there. Did we cover all the options in the escape? Were there any options in the... One way to find out, because I'm pretty sure there's nothing else we can do in the mind control facility. Unless something new gets generated anyways.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
So we're gonna try this again, but reset.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
For each of them. I feel like the only other option is to go down there, almost get crushed, and then reset the game with the bucket this time. But I don't know, maybe going back is the thing.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
But there's nothing to do over that way. At least one thing to do.
It's death for Stanley and the bucket.
It was death for Stanley. That's awesome. Reconsidering my reconsideration. I think the next time we pass through, I'm gonna go without the buckets. That does. Maybe not down here necessarily. Ah! It's like we've done this before. Wish I could jump out onto the scaffolding or something, but there's
As the
probably
machine
nothing.
whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Alright, so now, yeah, let this happen. Okay.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true
No,
that all
alright,
buckets
it's
are
just a
radiant in
repeat.
their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
I think I'm running out of options here, guys.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Alright. Now we
Let
do.
Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world.
That didn't do it.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Whoa. 432 is done. I feel like I should leave the bucket behind because there's really not a lot left to do. Wait. I definitely hit something on that. I definitely added a second pink block. Every time I run by, I need to do that. Man, I don't know. Left.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
It was okay. So disappointed.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
What if we go down that without the bucket?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Alright, this is sort of new.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Down. Okay, we're back.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
I mean,
we just have to get back
I've already
to
been
it.
here. That's alright.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, We'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Really?
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Memo.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Okay,
No,
that's new.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let's find the story. Oh, boy. All right. I've had a couple busy days at work. I'm off to bed recovering. Good night, all. Well, you have a great night, Am. Thanks for coming on and enjoying a little bit more of the Stanley Parable. I really don't know how much more I have left of this. I don't know how far you watched that one, another streamer you said you watched play this, but I feel like I got to be getting sort of close to something because, like I said, I'm kind of running out of
I'll say it.
options.
This is the worst adventure I've
But
ever
anyway,
been on.
thanks
I
for
can
coming
promise
on,
you
man.
There definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again. But it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Perhaps. I think the bucket's gone finally.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
It's worse.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Ew.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Here it comes.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Whoa.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
This place is weirding me out. Oh, there's the adventure line. I was like,
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Follow your nose. Get the beeline through this door now.
You see, the line knows where the story is. it's over in this direction.
Does it
Onward,
really,
Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
It's the journey
Simply
of
by
the
the
story.
act of moving
Wait.
forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself?
Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
You're getting too deep for this late in the
Weird back
evening.
there? Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yeah, there we go. There it is again. Right, it just came full circle. Chuckster the mighty, he is so tidy. Gabby with her little stick. What? Uh-oh. Save us. I can't jump. Who went fucking bonkers with the adventure lane here? Getting down, as I say, the nitty gritty on these rules. Employee 6. That almost looked half open. Oh, it's just not a glitch, but a graphical error. Or not error. Just doesn't line up.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make
really?
sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
There, how about that? There, more centered even. We'll remember that, Fern. Oh, God.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
No,
Line,
no.
you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
We're looking for the Stanley. Oh, yeah, we're back to here.
No, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this
This is
anymore. To
crazy.
hell with it. Restart.
Can't take it anymore.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay, whatever you see, sir.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
So weird. Stanley started doing squats like crazy.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new
Like
story.
how it just drunkenly
No
comes
lines or
crashing through the
mountains.
ceiling.
Just
Yeah.
don't acknowledge it.
Thump, thump,
It's
thump.
fine.
Like they give the lion a personality now. Lion, Lion, you've been drinking. Give me your keys.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere.
This is our DM when we make a decision he wasn't ready for.
There must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Or we can just backtrack. The confusion ending? You've been playing the confusion ending for 17 minutes.
The confusion ending? You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
This thing.
Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
The narrator is gone after a long time. Stanley just dies.
Stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
That was creepy.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
It's that damn bucket again. It is never the end. Oh, man.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, now what?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
He wasn't fired years ago. feel like I should have a key card or something, because there's a few of these doors that there's the adventure line. Oh, there's that collectible thing. Like get here without off. Can't jump. Oh wait. The fuck, you guys. All right. Good game, you rogue. The ball.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll
Figler
collect
and
the first
Marines.
one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that
Woo!
will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Let's think about that. Alright. This is still probably elite drop. Event. Venti Vici. What'd it do?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you?
Damn it.
What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording. It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
He's pissed.
Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Hard to say.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
It's always
Stanley took
wrong.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Now what if we do that with the bucket?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel
every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck? That was terrifying. What the fuck was that? Oh, man.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right, we got one figure left. I don't know if it'll do anything, but... Gotta get back to the red-blue room, but that's without the bucket. Found that before I picked that up. I'm absolutely lost on how to replicate that outcome. Off, I did that, I did that. Well, let me repeat
When
a few
Stanley
of those,
came to a
maybe.
set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
Sounds so disappointed every time.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Wait, you can hear the voice in his head? Alright, well that was a nice little trip, I think. Can I get, that line's gone now. Oh my god. So many things. I feel like I'm missing out. Oh, we can try this.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Oh, I could do that with the bucket.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Let her
She's
back
been
into your
waiting.
life, sir. Okay, so...
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
repeating this, I know.
It's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
I forgot about the back sack and crack already.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally,
48,
you
that
begin
what?
to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world. Just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
I think this is the red-blue room decision thing, isn't it? Maybe?
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I think we can come back with the bucket and make the same decision and do something different that time. I'm just trying to remember how the heck we got to that room with the red door and the blue door. This is it or not.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I remember going the one on the right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly,
Ooh.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh my god, you suck ass. Yeah, I like how everything's like glitching out.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work.
Why? What?
For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
I have to. That's still creepy.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Yeah, I don't know.
You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
You think that would be
Didn't I
funny?
impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
You're a child, Stanley.
My story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, well, that's all this is. I'm really trying hard to remember what I need to.
No! Why did you do that?
Ooh.
Quickly, hurry.
And yeah.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
2 things on
Just
track.
follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover...
I am 100% sure I'm not doing it. So, 2 things on track. Whoa. Whoa. 3 things I'm on track. Do I want the bucket? Damn. Yes.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
The bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
It's appearing to be something different. Not really, but I'll try it.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Yes, the
now
cargo
ride the
lift.
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
This is
He
even
was
be
very
like nausea
convinced
and the
that
fact
bucket
that there's a
had
bit of a
spoken to him,
grind
and he
almost.
unthinkingly did
I'm sure there
whatever
isn't
the
a
bucket
grind, it's
asked.
just, you know, my old piece of crap memory, but there are a couple things I can do differently.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Why do you sound
Stanley
like
once
a
again
goat?
obeyed blindly.
Again, it's probably my fault more than
Now
anything,
pick
because
up
I'm
the
not
phone,
remembering what I
said the
haven't
bucket.
done so
Pick
much.
up the
but
phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Boy.
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
It's 72
To
degrees
begin
in
the
this
joke,
room, so...
start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny."
I'm Dunny
Let's
with the
practice
funny.
screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Babies. May Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't
Wow.
it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I mean, you already did it before. The bucket spoke to Stanley. Gonna give up halfway through, like, oh, forget it. Not funny anymore.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Whoa. That ain't right.
What?
Oh.
We're back at the phone already.
Okay.
No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way
This
it was
game
meant
is
to.
nuts,
And
bruh.
it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Crows.
Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a
Pale
bucket
with
you
shame.
are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this.
So did you actually beat it, or is this fake? This has done this at least once before, so I'm calling it out as another fake.
That's exactly what.
Sorry, Leroy.
That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
It pulled the credits already once, so there's no way. There's still...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
His memory is slipping because this is just all some sort of weird-ass fever dream. So, to get the last figurine, okay, I'm gonna try one more thing.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Nope.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I'm trying to repeat a couple of events to... I need to get to the room with the
Eager to
blue
get back to business,
red doors.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
This could... One of the few things I haven't
Stanley
tried.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
Again,
wasn't
I mean-
fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Nope, that wasn't it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, well, the last thing that I can think of off the top of my horse sleep-deprived animal
When
mind.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
Alright, so I
But
did
eager
not
to get
try,
back
I
to
don't
business,
think,
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
picking up the phone without the bucket.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, while it's in motion.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Alright. One other thing. I'm desperate. I want to at least... My goal before I end tonight is to at least maybe try to get that last figure. 2 things I can do.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
This is new.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Run away!
Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Damn. This is tiny.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press H on your keyboard. This is a tiny apartment.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
I am
Now
hungry.
He's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Not always. Fine, I won't press G. CACBSG. I'll press G.
But in his mind,
In his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Yeah. Have the V to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Weird.
The thought excited him terribly.
How's Z to spend time with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't
I'm not
there?
feeling very free
Perhaps
at all.
if he played just one more time.
Oh no. Gonna turn into the bucket.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
Ruth.
But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press O to question, well, question everything. Can I just let it sit and it'll be good? The illusion of choice.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
This time.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Well, shit. We're asking all sorts of weird questions tonight. Question everything is my motto in life. At least don't accept everything at face value unless it makes absolute sense.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Boop. Right. One more thing. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to
I
the
may
meeting
have
room, and
fibbed a little bit and looked up how to get
Perhaps
the
he
red
wanted to
blue
stop
door
by the
again.
employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But
So
eager to get
disappointing.
back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
I'm
that investing
not.
your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove
yes.
that I'm on your
Okay.
side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully.
There it
This
is.
is important. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Stiggly Wiggly.
Serious moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
We're all
and
done
now
here.
we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Go back to whatever the hell it was you were doing before you started collecting figurines. Oh, that's great. Alright, anyways. So, illusion choice. I chose what? Red last time? Blue. I chose blue.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Which one? Yes.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh, shit. Oh.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
I feel happy.
I actually feel
happy. I'm not dead. Oh.
I'm not dead! Yeah. He said he's not dead. Yes, he is. I'm not.
You're on top of those, bro. Thanks. Ready. What's it doing? Better not be like making a giant eyeball. It's gonna shoot a laser at me or something crazy. That sounds crazy, but this game has pulled less or more. So is there? I think I should watch this, but at the same time. Okay. Anything gonna come of it?
No, wait. Where are you going?
No, wait.
Right. Where were we?
Like, legit, is this leading somewhere, I wonder? Or if it's just a pretty thing until you leave, like... So...
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I wonder if I keep going back if it does anything.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
Just stay. I don't really like stay here in purgatory forever. Yeah. Alright.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
I like triggering these dialogue options.
You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you?
But what's the point? What's this? Oh, neat. Little children's picture. Whoa. It definitely changed. Rippy. It's games like this though, like, makes you question if you do sit there like for 15 minutes, will it do something? There's always a possibility.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Oh, to end it, the only way to get past it is just off yourself. Sheesh. Alright, I'm gonna go back one more time before pulling that trigger. I'm curious. Change your mind this one last time. Nope. Alright. I have cashed it out. That was a trippy little screensaver of a moment there. I can fly like an eagle.
Oh,
Dude,
thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
It pleases me so.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Can I at least breathe still? Stop moving. Do I gotta go in the center maybe? Stop moving. Oh. Alright. I give you a chance.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, no. What are you doing, Stanley? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes. Perhaps you can.
He sounds like such a little
Perhaps you
kid.
finally see what I'm talking about.
I have to hit myself on the head enough times to see what he's talking about.
I know you'll see. You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Definitely.
No, perhaps not.
Oh, God. Man, Stanley can't fall from the frickin' the lift at all, but man,
My
three jumps.
God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Jeez! Emotional manipulator here.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
I feel like I'm walking a lot slower now, though. There's a lot of lights here.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Still, I don't know what part freaked me out the most, man. About this so far. The time skip thing was kind of freaky. Like, conceptually. The glitching game part was really cool, kind of early on. I repeated it so you saw it too, Brock, but... Alright. I'm definitely going slower. Stanley broke a leg. or something. And that would be torture, to throw yourself over and over and have to climb these stairs every time. My bones are like jello. Okay.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
I'm
going back.
I'm going back. Oh, man. Why does the floor look different? Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Not saying anything at all. Uh-oh.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the
memory zone.
Just one more time.
We can do that. This whole game has been weird, though. It is like a weird... I don't want to call it like a drug trip, like a psychological trip or something. Then back to the bone zone. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Wait, why is that missing? Oh boy, why is that missing? Oh man. Oh wait, I think it was before. Ah yes, 2013, when Stanley Parable was released. Zone Sweet Zone. Yeah. Like, look, it's got its own Steam reviews and stuff up here. Whole webpage. That was a whole section of the game, that was the reviews.
Whoa. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure,
yeah, we
it said
did.
6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain?
Because
we were so innocent.
There's a number.
We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
To be that innocent, we'll never. We're forever stained. You haven't heard about the Gear Wars? Boy, do I envy you. Yeah, this was another. Look at this. Doesn't that kind of freak you out just a little bit? 7 out of 6. Ooh. Wait, there's another room here now? Oh boy. It's the boss's bathroom, office. And what is this room? I mean, though, somebody's attic. Executive bathroom.
And here was a second Stanley. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I love that line about the Gear Wars, yeah. Hey, you found the last statue of Stan Electable or whatever. Yeah, I did, but apparently I'm finding more. Should have brought the bucket with me.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
That would have been under the stairs, I believe.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them.
Really?
I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Science. Yes.
Let's see. What came next?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I
No, he
remember
didn't.
being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
So it must. Oh, I see. Unquestionably happened. Room with the boxes. No.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Oh boy, a video. What's that back there? Wow. I love the compression. The really bad compression. You found it near the cargo lift. Yeah. Like, comment, subscribe. The narrator, the narrator, the narrator. Stanley. Copyright the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Long time. It was a weird transition, but I liked it. And the last one.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Well, yeah, I wonder why.
Because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say?
I feel like
how
the narrator
mine
has
looks?
got to
All
be
I know
related
is
to
that
Lucky
this is the
McCoy
moment
somehow.
where you
How
picked up a
sassy,
Figley, and I
yeah.
thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Danulu.
And then there was no more. Because
Welcome
we
in, buddy.
caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
You are in the future.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Really? You are in the present. Very cool. I like messing around with that TV. I'll go through the red door this time.
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the
Every
figurines we
2000s
looked at in
YouTube-
our initial tour of the
YouTube video
memory
ever.
zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
We have so many of these damn things now, right?
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we
Don't
watched?
make me watch it again. Oh my god, please. Alright.
Yes, I love that video.
I love these transitions though. These are freaking creative.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Castle room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one. You know, I wonder. Oh, okay. Don't hurt to check. Like, how big is this room without the curtains, and what's with all the lights? But you know what? Questions. Many questions.
Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Where is this going? They're cooking. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Oh, yeah. This is way different now, too. That's new. The whole room has changed again.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Rosy filter.
In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Oh,
Look
God.
how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Oh, here's a memory.
Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
And back to the where it
And
all
before
began.
everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember.
The title screen.
I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was...
Oh,
I was
lines of
different.
code.
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
You imagine a companion
And Stanley
talking
really
to
did
a
make
bucket
a
for
wonderful
half the
companion,
game.
even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
So very much.
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Who had many adventures with a bucket.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Look, it's still there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I know exactly what to do. Reboot the game
There was not a
entirely.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
They won't let me in the room. Alright. So if we do all that run and go to the... Said reboot the game entirely. Don't know if I want
Coming
to
to a
stop
staircase,
here.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright. I'm going to confirm this, and then we'll reboot the game. Still never learned where this went. I think maybe a red herring. I don't know.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Nope.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Alright. I'm gonna do the good ending one more time. If that doesn't do anything different, I'm gonna reboot the game. See what we have left. Really probably don't have much left.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Sure.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Let's go and find out one more time.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley...
There's nobody in any of them.
monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Alright, go in.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
Okay. Now, does the good ending change? Or, you know, the good ending, I suppose. I'm thinking it did.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes.
Okay.
He had won. He had defeated the machine. unshackled himself from
So far,
someone
not
else's
anything real
command.
different.
Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Oh, that's not gonna
How
change,
had he
is it?
been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight
Okay, this is literally the same thing. So I'm gonna take their advice that I seen on the whiteboard. Pop to the screen real quick. Want to spoil any of the games I might have lined up for you later on? I like having a little element of surprise here. Gonna quit the menu. The desktop. Okay. Play. We're retired. Shebang here. Crows, crows, crows. Davey Reed and Redden. Ah, man. You got some things in your head. It is 12 a.m. Actually, it's 11:57. That's close enough. Wait, what are you doing? What am I doing? First time you boot up the game, you set the time to 6:16 p.m. That's fantastic. You did a great job with that one. This time you simply entered midnight, the default value. You didn't even try. I have to say I'm a little disappointed. Perhaps you don't think it was worth taking the time to set the clock correctly. You think I'd ask you to set the clock if it weren't an integral part of the gameplay? What if it is midnight? I'm trying not to get angry. Just as I put a lot of ignore the gameplay settings altogether. Not like them, right? Look, next time you move up the game and see the screen, do me a favor and actually set the time, okay? Okay, good. Glad we had this talk. I'll let you get back to the video game. God, even when he doesn't have a voice, he's picky. All right.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and skip. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Meeting room. And it's reset.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This doesn't feel like it's doing anything different. So, one more time. I'll set the clock properly. And I'll play. Alright. Even though it is now just rolled over to midnight, this game makes Doja look normal. The game featured a dude with a cat growing out of his neck. Freaking real, homie. Alright, it is 12:02 there. Picky. You set an actual time and not just midnight. It's remembering. For a minute, I was worried you weren't taking all this seriously, but you've proven me wrong. Of course, I have no way of knowing whether 12:02 is even the correct time, but it is. And for all I know, it could actually be. I'm print screen because it is. It is. That's, yeah. No, this is a weird coincidence. Tell you what, let's use another slider to get the bottom of this. How accurate is 12:02? Almost all the way accurate. You know, I can just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how like things to be set. I think you created a paradox. I know, I'm starting to wonder. Space, yeah. It's good to collect data. Wish I had more sliders, but we go through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready for you the next time you boot up the game. Alright, let's do it again. Oop. Suppose you can always freeze that and find out later, but whatever. Spoil it for yourselves. It's nothing too surprising. I've kind of already talked about a lot of the stuff I want to play anyway. Alright, please adjust slider until it's barely visible. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Aw, they're friends. That's fucking adorable. Adjust the slider until a number 5 becomes a number 9. Oh. 9. Adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words is most appealing to you? Scrumtush or Accuboinkle? Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. Fine. You know what time it is right now? School time. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? I would hope so. What is time, anyways? Yes. Anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Lots. Help. Sure. Help with what? Will you come back to visit me? Maybe, if you make me. Right? What's this about?
This is the story.
Yeah, that's nice.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed...
One more time. One more time. If it don't do anything different, I think we can conclude. Which is actually great timing. This is about where I kind of want to pop out anyway. Does anyone truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. You have adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just like what I do, like a day job, and now my job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. It's creepy. And I still don't really know you, and you don't know me. Neither of us know what time it is. I do. It's 12:04 now. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyways. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. Like being alone, don't you? Maybe that's the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but that may take a little time before I'm ready for that. Not really my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again. Yeah, hide me. Talk soon. Epilogue. This game really doesn't end, does it? Many, many years later. You mean like the time skip part? I did create a rift in space and time, Brock. What was that part? Yeah. Oh.
Now, as I was saying, drugs are bad. You shouldn't do drugs. If you do them, you're bad. Because drugs are bad, okay? It's a bad thing to do drugs, so don't be bad. By doing drugs, okay? That'd be bad. Drugs are bad.
Drugs are bad, okay? This is our existence now. We sit under the third moon, eternal bonfire. This is where Dark Souls starts. Damn. Ooh, let's head toward the moon. She's beautiful. Oh. Someday, Simba, this will all be yours. Whoa, this is the fucking memory zone. The gate's broken. Oh no. Did our narrator bite it? Stanley Parable. Hey, the generator's working. Sneak. Trickle around back here. In memory of the Stanley Parable. Uh-oh. Worth it to try. It's a circle of life. Hell yeah. Oh man. Time has not been kind to this. In loving memory of the Stanley Parable. Kind of fresh hell are we heading down in? Here's a mouse. Life finds a way. Oh boy. Oh boy. Like the one stunning review of this game. Cookie 9. Oh my god, he held on to this the whole time. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable. Underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. First game teamed with originality. Parable 2 is dull and inspired, often insulting to the fan base. Rather than expand what made the game enjoyable, the sequel veers off territory, but nobody asked for it. Infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from 1, like Adventure Line? Instead, we uninspired side quests collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... Oh my god. Archives, September 2027. It's the negative review the narrator's held onto this whole time in his head. Like a grudge. Cookie 9. God. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. Fucking Yahoo Mail. Launch to be a massive success. Creators made plans to build property into a franchise. Disastrous critical and commercial reception to Stanley Parable 2 has prompted developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. Parable is not what fans want. We thought we had a vision for the series to be excited about, yet it turns out we could not have been further from the truth. The press promised to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insultive creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. What are they, like Canadians now or something? Oh man. Oh god, the name button. Jim. Oh boy, that makes me laugh. The Jim button. Here's more Jim buttons. They're just freaking the lights for this area. Jim. You go through and press every single one, and one of them actually gets your name right. Jim. Wait, what? Oh god, all the figurines. Are you kidding? 1920. There's only supposed to be 6 of these things. 26 out of 6 figurines. Wow. Oh no! We're back in the office! Thank you for enjoying the new content. Whoa. That's okay. Now we're getting a little. God. It's a simulation within a simulation and another simulation. Oh, we found it. Nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will be never another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacies. Keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Run this franchise into the ground, drag it through the mud and back. If people hate it, who cares? See, that was the narrator's problem. He's so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't clean the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. To that editor, we're going to make Stanley Parable 3. Simple. All we do is change the number of the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game, loud and cut. Let's check combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Oh, if we could have said Stanley's Tiny Viking. Where's he at? Alright. We're gonna go Stanley versus the swimming pool. Story of Pirate. Inspector Pirate. Forbidden Pirate. That's it. Forbidden Pirate. Yes. It's absurd. I love it. Every time we start the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, Stanley Parable will never end. If nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Any more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with the plan? I like it, but you have to have a say in it as well. Sure. That's great. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. See, I'm noticing the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I would expect him to know how. It's bothering me. Let's fix that. All right, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Daily Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Alright, it is now 12:13 a.m. That's a slider. We're just doing the settings again. Thank you for enjoying the Stanley Parable. Yes! We've unlocked Stanley Parable 3, chat! Forbidden Pirate. Oh, Lord. Alright, chat. On that note, whether or not this game is going to string us along any further, I think this is a great spot for me to end the stream. I am getting kind of tired, and I've been hungry for like 2 hours now, so I'm going to go snag me my sushi that I had. But thank you so much, everybody, for coming in tonight. Longzy, Tiny Viking, who else am I missing? Broctimus Prime, Am, Shanulu, Oracle did pop in too. God, I know I miss people every now and again. So, and anyone else who stopped by and came along with me on this fucking trip of a game. No thanks to the newest follower there. I'm gonna have to figure out how to clear that, but that was a little awkward early on, but whatever, it is what it is. And that car is getting increasingly choppier. That's really strange. But anyways, everybody, I'll pop that out before it crashes on its own. But yeah, I achieved beat the game, complete Stanley Parable. That must have been the broken achievement. But anyways, everybody, thank you so much for coming on tonight for this weird ass trip of a game. I'm gonna go get me some sushi, a few pieces, and hit the hay. And I think this weekend, I gotta confirm with the group, but I think Saturday D&D will be back. We'll be coming back with season 3 of that. We kind of got all sorts of new beginnings going on here. But yeah, I believe the wagon will be rolling on Saturday at around 8:30, give or take, our usual start time. We're gonna continue. We ended up, last I knew, we rescued Cora's spirit, Ragnar's special friend, and we have to get basically out of the underworld now, and we're being hunted because we ended up getting her free, killing some underworld lieutenants or whatever. But we'll do a proper recap when the time comes on Saturday. But I'd say it right now, we're probably sitting at like a good 80% chance we're gonna meet. Like I said, I just gotta confirm that everybody's on board, but I'll do that tomorrow. But anyways, next week, what happened with the new follower? It just came in and started throwing like one or two insults. I was wondering if they were just screwing with me, be like, aha, I'm just messing with you. But they said two things and left. So I'll probably throw the band hammer after this is over. But but anyway, yeah, thank you for tuning in, and we'll be back next Wednesday. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do. Like I said, I'm just kind of doing this last minute decisions for this week and the next couple probably. Depending on what I feel like playing. I am excited because I'm getting a new gamepad, so we might play a game with that and kind of run that through. And I'm getting a drawing tablet at the same time, all on Friday. So, I would like to do a draw stream. I don't really know how to yet. I'm going to have to set it up and figure it out and do all that good stuff. But somewhere down the line, I would like to do a draw stream here and there, maybe. Specifically to maybe fill out the emotes or maybe replace some old ones or something. Draw some new stuff, practice. And I might just do some draw streams on off nights too if I feel like drawing, and it'll be like an in chill thing where I'm not really gonna present anything. I'll just have some music going, and you can hang out with me while you watch me develop whatever it is I'm trying to work with, and it's some company while I do it. But I guess I'm blabbing. I'm kind of I will not nap before the next stream. Just drink some coffee at 5:30 every Wednesday, Brock. No, that's cool. If you're curious, Brock, again, watch the beginning of the VOD. I know you missed a bit there, but frankly, I had to repeat a bunch of that, so you kind of caught up anyways. But again, that was due to my own crappy memory, forgetting, like, how did I get to that part? But damn, I think we damn near completed the whole Oh, I only got 4 out of 11 achievements, but the fact that I was able to do that in one shot and right around my normal quit time, that's awesome. I had a great time. Let me see. I don't normally get to raid people because I'm always the last one out the door every night, but there are people on streamers and they won't really miss a potential raid. But I like to raid smaller streamers. Big guys do well on their own. They don't. Yeah, they're all bigger. I'm just gonna leave you all to your Wednesday evening. I appreciate y'all coming along for the ride. And I will see you next Wednesday. If not, I will see you Saturday sooner for Ashen Wagon Adventures return. If everything's good on board with that. So, anyways, this is the part I was waiting to show you all because, as you can see, I kind of updated the graphics a little bit. That was something else I was excited. I got real sick last weekend, so I took some of my conscious time that I was able to stay awake and watched a movie and worked on making things look a little bit better around here. Pulled out some graphics that look a little better, not so huge and clunky. Plus, I decided, what the hell? I'm going to give my theme a season approach so we can break up the year a little bit. So we're in winter mode right now. I will create a spring mode when we get a little bit warmer weather and turn that page. But anyways, I like the new look, not cool. I mean, it is cool, but yeah. Take care. Well, thank you, Brock, and everybody else who's come on tonight. On that note, I'm going to show you the exciting part I wanted to show you because you'll hear it too. But anyways, have a great night, everybody. I'll see you later, and I don't know. I feel like there's one thing I'm missing to say, but anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. Laters.